I'm told Kevin Barron of Defense One wants to get in on this conversation. Kevin?
Thanks, Brian. I was just listening to Dana and her comment about how this is one individual who wants to make such a big splash. It goes right into what policymakers have been saying here. Just today, or yesterday by now, the White House counterterrorism czar Nick Rasmussen was in the House Homeland Security Committee and in his testimony said that this is the new worry. It's not just terrorism-inspired individuals. It's terrorism-inspired and disturbed. It's that combination of two things. So you get the one guy who gets the gumption to go through with the attack, and copycat attacks. They specifically said they're worried about copycat attacks, just like Orlando, where an individual can cause as much harm as they can. That's their new concern. And in that same testimony, he also said that there are now more threats coming from more countries than ever before in the last 15 years. So it just gives you an idea that even at the White House level, they know what the threat is, they know the difficulty, and it's exactly what we're describing. It's not all of Islam, it's not all of the terrorism networks. It's a combination of that with just that one disturbed individual taking on the gumption to go through with the attack and get the attention that we're giving it because, well, we have to give it. That's our job.
Dana, when do you go back? And a second question, when do you want to go back? Are you pining to go back because of the harm that's been brought to what's been your home of 10 years, or does it now pain you to think about it?
It pains me to think about it, but as I said to you before, the Germans during World War II blew up a beautiful thing right in the Promenade des Anglais. It's no longer there, but it's still there. And France does survive. It sounds like a cliche.
They do.
It does survive. I'm going back to Paris next week for a month. I'll be reporting from there.
All right. Thank you for being patient with us all evening long. We've had guest after guest kind enough to come on and explain and give us their perspective and their expertise. But it's good to see you,
Good to see you.
On American soil. Thank you for coming back. We are going to take a break at the top of this hour. When we come back from that, our friend and colleague Ayman Mohyeldin is going to take the next anchor leg of our coverage as we continue to cover this breaking story as day has broken along the Mediterranean coast in Nice, in France, after the saddest night there in the modern era. A death toll we are estimating at 80, 18 critical, up to 50 others wounded. A terrible night.
for more than a mile through crowds of people that were out celebrating the French holiday known as Bastille Day. President Hollande called this a terrorist attack. To that end, the Associated Press reports that officials in Paris are launching a terrorism investigation in response to tonight's attack. Here's more of what President Hollande said earlier tonight.
I've decided that the state of emergency that was supposed and scheduled to end on July 26 will be extended by 3 months. A bill will be presented to Parliament by next week. Nothing will shake us and will make us renounce the fight against terrorism. In fact, we are going to strengthen our action in Syria and in Iraq, and we will continue to hit those who are attacking us on our own territory, and we will hit us in their own locations.
Driver who was reportedly firing into the crowd as he drove that vehicle through the crowd was ultimately killed by police, according to French officials. Both French media and a source speaking to NBC News says ID papers belonging to a French Tunisian were found in that truck. Investigators also found arms and explosives in the truck, according to multiple reports. In photos of the aftermath, the bodies of those killed are seen lining the sidewalks. The chaos of the attack calls those in the crowd to literally run for their lives. Some even reported
Plowed into a crowd of people on a beachfront promenade. They were there to watch fireworks celebrating Bastille Day. Police shot and killed the truck driver. Now they're trying to determine if the identity card of a 31-year-old French-Tunisian man found in the truck's cab matches the body of the driver. Well, thank you for watching CNN Newsroom Live from Los Angeles. I'm Aisha Sasay.
And I'm John Force. Much more on the breaking news out of Nice when we come back in a moment. You're watching CNN.
And what's interesting and what hasn't been really struck on, which hasn't been discussed all that much during the reporting throughout the evening, is that earlier in the day, President Hollande actually made another speech, his annual, 14th of July speech for French National Day, where he said that he was going to be lifting that state of emergency in just 2 weeks. And then, of course, everything changed hours later when this terror attack occurred. He said that he was going to be keeping it for another three months. So basically, this is a law that extends police powers. It allows for police to detain criminals or suspects. It allows for them to launch searches without warrants. And human rights groups and civil rights groups have already been complaining about this law for quite a while. So you're asking what the mood is in Paris. I imagine that a lot of French people are going to be, as they're experiencing the dread and the regret and the terror of this attack, they're also going to be casting a wary eye at some of the laws that are going to be put in place, especially this state of emergency, or continue to perpetuate out of fear of continuous terror attacks. Eamon.
All right, NBC's Matt Bradley live for us in London. Thank you for that, Matt. Well, joining us now on the phone from Paris is Christopher Dickey, the foreign editor for the Daily Beast. Chris, good to have you with us. I want to pick up on the immediate aftermath of the attack and two very important developments, particularly in the speech that was made by the French president. Talk to us a little bit about one of the more important points of that speech, the intensification of airstrikes by France in Iraq and in Syria. And talk to us a little bit about the extension of the emergency law that Matt Bradley was just talking to us about, something that many French people thought was going to be winding down towards the end of July, now has been extended another 3 months. What does that tell you, both the emergency law extension and the intensification of airstrikes, in terms of the direction that France is going in the wake of this attack?
Well, Eamon, when it comes to the extension of the emergency law, I think that most people in France are not going to object to that. Obviously, it's of concern to people who are looking at civil rights and issues and the whole question of privacy. But the truth is people want to be secure, and I think this is going to be unacceptable, if not indeed a popular measure. Nobody wants this kind of thing to happen. Of course, the question that's going to come up again and again is, even with this in place, you had this attack and you've got more than 80 or more people dead. So how can you create a situation with the law that deals with people who are truly lawless and willing to die? That's one question. The other question is stepping up military strikes in Syria against ISIS. Is that really going to make a difference? You know, it might. There was talk immediately after the November 13th attacks about really trying to erase the capital, Raqqa, killing as many people as it took to really set ISIS back on its heels. The problem with that, as you well know, is that to some extent that's what ISIS wants. ISIS wants a war with the West. It gained stature by saying, look, the West is coming after us. We are standing up for Islam. We are the true representatives of the Caliphate and of Islam. So you have to gauge whether increased airstrikes are really going to have an impact, or are we just going to fall into the game that ISIS wants to play? I think probably there's no choice at this point for President Hollande. He's got to at least take major symbolic measures, and he will hope as effective measures as possible.
So, Chris, let me ask you about the issue. And again, obviously, we're still learning more about the individual who carried out this attack. You know, French media is reporting, and we've also learned that he's a French national of Tunisian descent. Some of the initial reporting we're also getting, again, from French media suggests that he had a criminal background. What is this going to do in terms of the internal dynamics within France, in terms of how it deals with minority communities, how it deals with the Muslim population? Are we going to hear the kind of rhetoric inside France as we are hearing in the United States, where officials are saying, let's have a Sharia law test to see if Muslims are loyal to Sharia law, are going to be loyal to the United States, as we heard earlier this evening by a former Speaker of the House, Newt Gingrich?
Yes, we will see that sort of thing. And that really is on the wish list for the so-called Islamic State. Their ideology, which is adapted from Abu Musab al-Suri's writings more than a decade ago, says that they can create a civil war in the West if it comes down to that. And France is one of their principal targets because it has the largest Muslim population in Europe by far. So their notion is that if they do things like this, eventually you'll have a situation where there is real conflict, not just political hostility, but physical hostility between Muslim groups in this country and the rest of the population. And the worse things get, the more you exacerbate the contradictions, as communist revolutionaries used to say, the happier ISIS will be. That is what they're aiming for. And there will certainly be politicians from Marine Le Pen onward who will play right into that game.
Christopher Dickey, stay with us. I want to bring in Malcolm Nance, former counterterrorism intelligence officer, as well as a combat veteran and now an MSNBC contributor. Malcolm, let me pick up on those 2 points that Christopher Dickey was talking about. The emergency law already in place.
Right.
It was supposed to expire July 26. The French officials, including the president, were boasting that it was helping their efforts, that they were feeling a little bit more secure. They felt maybe they were slightly getting the upper hand on a wave of terrorist attacks in that country. This is obviously a major setback. What is that, as a former counterterrorism official, what does that tell you about, A, the attacker, and B, the resources and the capabilities of the French government in counterterrorism?
Well, first off, no one should get comfortable in the counterterrorism environment that they're operating in, and certainly in France, much less all of Europe. All it requires, as you see tonight, just requires one person carrying out an attack which is clearly adapted to the security environment of France. I was just there 2 weeks ago. Believe me, there is a lot of manpower on the streets. So when you have a lot of manpower on the streets and you have people looking for explosive devices and small teams doing these run and gun attacks like we saw in the France attacks last November, then you adapt to a weapon system that's ubiquitous, that's everywhere, by taking a truck. And that truck, you wouldn't even know that the person had a gun until he had already done his 2-kilometer run down the promenade in Nice. So by adapting to that, they actually overcome all of the security by going to a simpler form of attack. And that is just the fundamentals of terrorism. And what that really shows us is about, let's talk about the attacker in the cell that planned this, whether it was one man.
Headlining horror, carnage in Nice and a deadly 14th of July in this southern beach resort. We do know that this white truck was driven along the Promenade des Anglais relatively slowly for as long as 2 kilometers. This was an area, a road, which we are told had been cordoned off. So it is unclear at this point how the truck actually made it onto that road. Once it did, the driver drove it along, spraying bullets out of the windows and mowing people down in his wake. That identity card, you rightly point out, is of a 31-year-old Tunisian man, a resident of Nice. But as you have said, that at the moment authorities are trying to identify whether that card belongs to the driver whose body was pulled out of the cab of this truck after authorities shot and killed him. And the president saying earlier on this morning in an address to the nation at some 3:30 in the morning that had authorities not intervened as quickly as they did, this being the police and security down there in Nice, things could have been a whole lot worse. It seems unimaginable that things could have been any worse, but I guess he's making a very good point.
Becky Anderson joining us there from Paris with the very latest. Becky, appreciate the update.
Tony Molina joins us now on the line from Nice. He was there with his wife and his son when all of this happened. Tony, it's been many hours now. How are you coping? And I guess, how's your son dealing with all of this? He was only 14 years old and saw it all.
Yeah, and you know, it's hard to say at this point. I think he's okay for the moment, but we'll be needing to do a lot of processing as a family with this. But yeah, it won't be an easy one.
Tony, where were you when this was unfolding? Walk us through the moment when you realized something terrible was happening.
Sure. Just to give you an idea where we're located, the Negresco Hotel, which is somewhat central to where this incident occurred, we're just to the west of that. And we had watched the fireworks from the balcony of the apartment that we're renting for the week. The fireworks started at about 10 p.m. here locally. We were even in awe looking across the way as the fireworks were going on, just at how many people, you know, were crowded out there in the beach and the Promenade des Anglais. And then this promenade, you know,
months. Certainly here in New York State, where we've had to push a lot of information down to the lowest levels of law enforcement. It really, that point that Christopher Dickey made earlier about a lack of imagination, we had a failure of imagination pre-9/11. You have to train imagination into counterterrorism officers and law enforcement officers. The first book I ever wrote was a 200-page book that was global intelligence concentrated for street policemen, because after 9/11, the operations we were doing overseas in counterterrorism had come to the streets of the United States. So you have to teach law enforcement. Trucks can be used as weapon systems. I just taught the Coast Guard 2 weeks ago. Just ships, tankers, which are locked out of the bridge, can be used as a ram into the side of a pylon of a bridge as a weapon system. Doesn't require explosives, requires guts and determination on the part of the terrorists. So we need to understand that if you see a truck breaching a security perimeter, first you should have put concrete Jersey barriers anyway, right? But that vehicle, you have to imagine, could that be somebody, the opposition, doing a terrorist attack? No matter how simple it looks, it could always be the start of a complex attack that is using a simple system.
All right, Malcolm Nance, stay with us. We have much more still ahead. We're going to get back to that in just a second.
We are in the middle of a war against terrorists who want to hit us at any cost and in a very extreme way.
Being British, it's not in our nature to boast. Fortunately, we don't have to. Introduce
I could tell you right now, I mean, even across the street from where we're at right now, daylight just broke about an hour ago, and they haven't even gotten to our area as far as processing the scene. So there's still a number. I counted at least 14 covered bodies, and they appear, I mean, again, it's hard to say, but they appear adult size from where we're at.
Yeah.
And Tony, just to pick up on that point, just so that we're clear, that the bodies, as far as you can tell, are still lying out there on the promenade. You can see them from your vantage point. What else are you seeing in terms of first responders, in terms of security out there? Set the scene for us.
Sure. A couple hours after, well, I would say maybe about an hour after the incident itself, it was flooded with law enforcement, obviously, and first responders in general. And it looks like they turned the area that's just east of our location, a building east of us, into a makeshift hospital or triage center, just by the way they were kind of setting it up. That seemed to have been taken down maybe a couple hours ago. It seemed like we saw a lot of possibly investigators arriving because you know, a lot of men in suits that were showing up and it appeared to be given direction. And it was at that point that they started cordoning off a lot of the scene itself. And my take on it would be is that they started at one end and they're working their way this way because at least up to about an hour ago, nobody was out in front of where we were at.
Well, Tony, we're thankful that you are safe, for speaking to us here at CNN. Be safe.
Thank you, Tony. Well, U.S. President Barack Obama is calling this a horrific terrorist attack.
Yeah, in a statement he said, on this Bastille Day, we are reminded of the extraordinary resilience and democratic values that have made France an inspiration to the entire world. We know that the character of the French Republic will endure long after this devastating and tragic loss of life.
Presumptive Republican nominee Donald Trump postponed the official announcement of his vice presidential pick, which this is because of the attack in Nice. He's expected to name Indiana Governor Mike Pence as his running mate. Trump had this to say about Thursday's violence when he was speaking to Fox News.
Would you go?
France, there's a big population, North African descendants in that area. And I think the fact that it occurred in Nice was particularly shocking. And the Promenade des Anglais, on the 14th, which is France's 4th of July, it's very shocking to the French. I mean, just the number of people and the fact a truck, something simple was used. And, I wonder if he was actually firing out of the truck. Could have been the police firing at him. And the police down there are prepared for this. They carry automatic weapons, military-style weapons. But the point is, a truck like that, of that size, you can knock down most barricades. You'd need HESCO barriers, big cement, and rock-filled things. And you can't do that in a city in France. And everybody is vulnerable in France, and there's no easy solution. And I think the French President Hollande more or less said that. You're going to have martial law effectively for the next 3 months. And is that going to be enough? I mean, they really do have a problem with disaffected people in France, much more than the United States. You see it in Britain, lesser so in Germany, but the Europeans don't really know where to turn next. I mean, the French police are very good, by the way. I've worked with them. They're very efficient. They're smart people. They are not lax. But again, this kind of attack is so hard to stop.
The truck moving toward people to hit them to the time you first heard the shots that might have been the shots that stopped the driver. How long was that?
It was less than a minute, because apparently the lorry was stopped by the police about less than 100 meters away from us, from all of us. That was very, very fast from us, but apparently that lorry was already driving for over 1.5 miles away, and he's been trying to kill people for over 2 kilometers, equivalent to about 1.5 miles. We realized everything what's happened. We was very lucky. People just all went down inside the restaurant. We tried to close the door. We tried to isolate our clients. But it was very messy, and all that was very, very, very fast, less than a minute. And we heard the shotgun, like 40 to 50 bullets, and that was very, very quick, and we didn't know if, and even the people believed that he was the guy.
Do aggressive policing. And they've already been knocking down doors, and they've been profiling, and they're going to do more of it. But the French at the same time know that this is going to alienate more people, but they are really stuck. They are stuck in this, and I'm very sympathetic to the French president. But what can he do at this point except say, I'm going to get more aggressive?
Bob Baer, we appreciate the insight and the analysis on this very dark evening, a moment of great sadness in France. Bob, appreciate it. Thank you.
We'll take a short break here. When we come back, you will hear from another witness of the horrific attack in Nice. More in a moment.
Any reaction from the people when this was
screaming, running? It was a mess. Listen, I took all the people I have inside the restaurant, inside the terrace. I tried to take everybody inside our place because we have exit door going on the other side of the street, and we tried to take as lots and as much people as we could to try to make them safe, but it was a mess. It was a real mess because it was disorganized. People was working on each other. Actually, the lorry was the first trouble, but the second trouble was people working on each other. That was the second trouble, the panic.
And Jack, I just want to go back one more time to what you actually saw when the truck, because you were seeing the truck come toward your restaurant, right? So you were seeing the front of the truck as it approached.
Well, we didn't realize when we saw the front. We realized when we saw on the side running in front of us, because basically I didn't see the front of the truck. We saw the side of the truck because he was passing in front of us. Okay, that's mean basically we saw his wheels, we saw the people, we saw people. He was running people with him, and when he was running in front of us with his wheels.
And as the truck passed by, did you see the truck leaving bodies behind as it passed by?
Yes, and driving over body, yes.
And driving over the bodies.
Oh, yes. It was, listen, the street was very, 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 very busy. It's exactly like on Bourbon Street in New Orleans during the carnival. Okay, the street was packed. It was a firework. It's a national holiday here. Excuse me, still even the street was very, 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 very packed.
And Jack, how long did it take to get ambulances and help to the people who were injured on that street?
It took about 5 minutes. Everything came very, very quickly because, like you know, France at the moment is really on special emergency state. That means everything went very quick. The police went very quick. The police stopped the lorry very quickly. The ambulance came very, very quickly. The people ran very, very quickly. Everything went very, very, very fast.
That was Jack, a Nice restaurant owner and eyewitness to the attack, talking to my colleague Lawrence O'Donnell earlier this evening. Much more still ahead. Stay with us.
I've been trying to prepare for this day.
In France, officials say at least 80 people are dead in Nice after a man plowed down a Bastille Day revelers with a truck.
There are reports he fired into the crowd before running people over. Police found explosives and firearms after shooting and killing the driver.
Another video from social media shows the horror just a few minutes after the attack.
It is graphic, but it has been edited so that we can show it to you.
C'est quoi ça? Le centre de preuve. C'est quoi ça? Aidez-les, aidez ma mère, s'il vous plaît. C'est quoi ça?
Where the truck was, we decided to stop for a minute or so just to listen to the music because there was the festivities going on. And then suddenly there was screaming and people running literally for their lives, and I was shocked for a moment. I didn't know whether I should hide or if I should run with everybody. Thank God my partner was with me. Excuse me.
Paul, are you okay? Paul?
Yeah, my partner was with me, and thank God he grabbed my hand and he pulled me along, and we just ran. And I just thank God that we're safe, and I feel just horrible for all the lives lost. And just to say that as well, we were probably about 200 meters from where the truck had stopped. We couldn't see too much because obviously everybody was running in the opposite direction, and it was just more a case of not even looking back. You just had to run. Probably about 200 meters from where the truck had stopped. Just to say that as well, we were probably about 200 meters from where the truck had stopped. We couldn't see too much because obviously everybody was running in the opposite direction, and it was just more a case of not even looking back. You just had to run.
Since all of this happened, clearly you're still very upset. How are you coping? How are you coping?
No, that I'm fine.
I know. Paul, we are all grieving with you, and this is such a terrible moment. What were you processing as you dashed away with the crowds?
To tell you, I was processing the fact, really realizing how short life is, and to value and it wasn't my time. And I feel very lucky, and I thank God for that.
Paul Delaine there, who witnessed the carnage there in Nice on Bastille Day. He spoke to us just a short time ago.
It is 7:26 in the morning, Nice, and let's go there live now because there are some images now of the truck which was actually involved in this attack. You can see it there. And one thing to note about this truck is that you can see there in the distance the bullet holes in the windshield, which there was about 24 or so of those bullet holes, which presumably were fired by police at the driver trying to stop this vehicle. It continued on for more than a mile as it plowed through a crowd of thousands of people as they are watching the Bastille Day fireworks display.
Yeah. The sequencing of events is still to be worked out. We're hearing that he fired out of the truck and then got back in. It's still unclear how it occurred moment by moment, but what we do know is that an individual got behind the wheel of that truck and brought chaos and And an identity card that was also found.
Yeah, there was an identity card which identified him as a 31-year-old Nice resident, or a dual national from France and Tunisia. We'll take a short break. Back in a moment.
They know African business better than anyone else. Hear directly from the
North African descent.
So in some of the attacks that we've seen in the past, particularly in Brussels or in Paris, we talk about the alienation or the isolation of the Muslim Belgium community, the Muslim French community. How problematic has that alienation, that detachment been in some of the areas that you've been talking about to this overall problem? I mean, what's it going to take? I mean, we oftentimes talk about it here in the United States with the sense that the Muslim American community is doing better at integrating and assimilating, and you hear it from law enforcement officials that the Muslim American community has to be active in us thwarting any possible attacks and stuff like that. Do you hear that kind of rhetoric from both leaders of the Muslim French community and as well from French community?
No, and here's the problem. There's no narrative about racism in France. There's no Martin Luther King. There's no Nelson Mandela. There's no Black Lives. There's no Muslim Lives Matter movement in France. When I talk to people, and I call them of North African descent, I don't think of them as Muslims or not Muslims. They don't throw their religion in my face. They're not ISIS. But they will tell me when I question them what they go through. You cannot rent an apartment in, say, Nice or Paris if you have a North African last name. That's not an exaggeration. I mean, these are my friends, a butcher shop, the guy that runs a stationery store, right. You know, and that's a real thing. But they internalize it. They don't fight it, frankly. They don't fight it. And it's so weird to have this awful new kind of faction, which I call thugs and punks and mercenaries, that other people call ISIS. And they're the ones tarring Muslims with a terrible, terrible name, in my opinion.
The fallout of this attack already is being felt at least on one front, which is France's wars overseas, particularly in Iraq and in Syria against ISIS. That was something French President François Hollande announced today, that they were going to be intensifying that. Give us a sense of how that war has played out in France, particularly in the period of the last several months since the Bataclan theater attack and what we're seeing today. You know, in the immediate aftermath of the Bataclan theater attack, there was strong support for it. The French military put out the video of the aircrafts taking off, and there was kind of a rallying behind the flag sort of sentiment among France. Did that dissipate? Are we going to go back to it? Are people this time around saying, it's probably not going to work, or is it working?
I don't think it's working. I don't think it's going to help. I mean, if one 31-year-old punk can do this, what difference does it make what France does or does not do in Syria? I mean, they're really handicapped by the perfect crime. I mean, there is no, with the Vichy pirates are all over France right now. It didn't do any good tonight. As my one friend who almost got mowed down tonight in front of the Hotel Negresco said, where'd that bus come from? It's a massive van. You saw it. That's way outsized for France. I can't imagine how it even got past the barriers and who saw it going down there. It's very, very strange. I don't think there's a perfect solution right now. It's really great to talk about solutions. I don't really see one, except for the fact that France has been around for a long time and it will survive this.
All right, longtime resident of Nice, France, Dana Kennedy, thank you very much for joining us this evening. Appreciate your insights. We'll be right back after this break.
Challenged the candidates, moderated the debates and town halls. We hit the road.
Well, our own Becky Anderson joins us now from Paris. And Becky, as we look at these heart-stopping images, truly terrifying. This is the third attack in France in 18 months. This attack happening, this latest one, on Bastille Day, a day where France was celebrating everything they hold dear.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And this is the front page of the first newspaper that we could get our hands on this morning. And this front cover quite frankly, shouldn't have been like this, because one would have expected on the 15th of July for that front cover to have had an image of Francois Hollande at the parade here on the Champs-Élysées. It was a day of celebration on the National Day, a day that turned into an evening of absolute carnage. And those videos that our viewers are seeing witness to that. What we do know at this point is that in 90 minutes or so from now, the French President Francois Hollande, who is now back in Paris, he will be holding or leading a Security and Defence Council meeting. After that, he will accompany the Prime Minister to Nice, where they will go to show support for those who have a beach resort town. Our viewers may be well aware of this. They may have visited this town, a beach resort town in the south of France. This carnage occurring on a road that's called the Promenade des Anglais, when this white truck simply mowed people down in front of it, and the driver spraying those around with bullets ahead of this moment of carnage, effectively. This moment of carnage, let me tell you, lasting as long as 2 kilometers. The investigation is being led by the anti-terror unit here, and one of the first things that they will be trying to establish is why that truck was on that part of the Promenade des Anglais. It was supposed to be, we are told by authorities, cordoned off in order to allow those celebrating Bastille Day and watching the fireworks to get on with it and enjoy their night. That is certainly not what happened. Aisha?
Okay. Becky, thank you. And at about 3:30 in the morning local time, about 4 hours ago, President Francois Hollande addressed the nation, saying France is under threat from Islamist terrorism, and the attack in Nice is a terrorist incident that cannot be ignored.
He says he also plans to ask that a state of emergency in France be extended by 3 months. It had been set to expire later this month.
Nous fera céder. Nothing will lead us to give in to our will to fight against terrorism. And again, we're going to strengthen and reinforce our actions in Syria and Iraq, and to continue to confront those who are attacking us on our very soil.
Let's bring in CNN military analyst Lieutenant Colonel Rick Francona. He joins us now via Skype. Colonel Francona, the French president there talking about essentially upping the ante, going after, I guess, ISIS is what he's referring to there in Iraq and Syria. But what are the French military options right now?
Well, they're going to continue to be part of the coalition. They've been part of the coalition all along. They've moved a carrier in and out. Ironically, the president announced this evening that he was redeploying the French aircraft carrier to the Eastern Mediterranean to participate again in the airstrikes. But, John, there's something ironic about this. As we have more military success against ISIS, and we're assuming it's ISIS, in Syria and Iraq, it's causing them to launch just these kinds of attacks. So we may see this continuing cycle of success on the ground in Iraq and Syria, leading to these more of these attacks in Europe, possibly in the United States, where they're striking out. They're trying to do something to replace the successes they've had on the ground in Syria. So we may see more of this.
Colonel Francona, stepping up airstrikes is one thing, but is this a battle that can really be won from the skies?
I doubt it. At some point, someone's going to have to go in and take the land back in Iraq and Syria. And what that does is deny them a geographic base, and the Islamic State then becomes stateless. Then what do? They have to reorganize themselves into some sort of organization. They either look for another failed state, and Yemen and Libya come to mind, or they morph into more of an al-Qaeda operation where they've got places around the world where they can operate. And again, also conducting these kinds of attacks. I think the French are particularly vulnerable because they've got this large North African population that doesn't assimilate well.
Colonel Francona, you talked about airstrikes not being enough. Eventually someone's going to have to go in on the ground, essentially to confront ISIS, to retake the territory. The Republican presumptive nominee, Donald Trump, he said a short time ago that he would go to Congress, he would ask for a declaration of war. Well, technically or legally that's not needed for the U.S. to go in. But could that be, you know, some kind of action before sending in U.S. ground troops?
Well, if you declare war, that gives the president to exercise any of those options. But the president, as you said, already has those options. We don't really declare war anymore. We get these authorizations for use of military force, which is in essence the same thing. And whoever the next president is will have to determine, are we going to introduce U.S. ground forces into the area? I really don't see that happening. I think we're going to be looking at some sort of a local ground force, whether it be the Kurds, the Iraqis, better trained Syrians, the Turks. But it would be a major, major change in both policies if we were going to put U.S. forces back on the ground.
And Colonel Francona, what of Arab nations in the coalition? I mean, one would anticipate that François Hollande will be looking at this moment and looking to ratchet up their involvement and to mobilize further.
Yeah, this has always been the issue. You know, we would like to see more Arab ground forces, and more Arab cooperation in this fight, because most of the Arab countries, by overwhelming majorities, are Muslim countries, and this has to be a Muslim solution to a Muslim problem. Right now this has the appearance of outsiders coming in and trying to fix a problem. What it needs to be is an internal problem. And, you know, General Sisi of Egypt has addressed this. The King of Jordan has addressed this. There's got to be a local solution to this. But when you actually talk to the militaries in these countries, their answer is always the same. We'll send our forces when you send your forces. If you're not willing to put your troops on the ground, why should we?
Colonel Francona, good to speak with you. Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Short break. When we come back, no claim of responsibility for the attack in Nice, at least not yet, but in the past, an ISIS leader has called for similar attacks. More on that in just a moment.
Africa View, in association with MT.
As Steve said, we understand where it's coming from, right. But it's not exactly what government and law enforcement officials would want to do as a real policy recommendation. I'll end by saying, if you want to know what that is, look today at the House Homeland Security Committee, where the Secretary of Homeland Security, the National Counterterrorism Director, all testified and laid out point by point by point exactly how the U.S. government is trying to prevent terrorists like this from happening, to reach out to the Muslim community.
Kevin Barron and Steve Clemons, stay with us. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be joined by Cal Perry right after.
I enlisted in the Army in 2005. I went to Iraq 3 times and Afghanistan once. She's the culprit that ripped our door off. 2,000-pound animal bumping into a steel door creates quite a bit of damage. I actually use the app, take pictures of it right there for USAA, and they take care of the rest. USAA is great about working with both active and separated military. I'm Josh Eilers, and I'm a USAA member for life.
Call USAA today to talk about your insurance needs.
You wouldn't believe what's in this keister. A farmer's market, a fire truck, even a marching band. And if I can get comfortable talking about this keister, then you can get comfortable using Preparation H for any sort of discomfort in yours. Preparation H, get comfortable with it.
This is a story about you, the incredible you. It starts with your DNA, your 23 pairs of chromosomes that make you unique. Your traits, your tastes. This is a story about why you became who you are. 23andMe.com is the first and only genetic service available directly to you that includes reports that meet FDA standards. You'll get personalized, detailed reports that provide unique insights into your health, traits, and ancestry. Simply order your DNA kit from 23andMe.com, provide your saliva sample at home, and mail it back. Then you'll be notified when your online reports are ready. You'll be able to explore your reports and use tools to compare your genetics with friends and family. See how your 23 pairs of chromosomes help tell the story of one incredible you. Order your DNA kit today at 23andme.com.
David, you have one of the worst cavities I have ever seen. Okay, have a good day.
Aren't you gonna fix it?
Well, I'm not a dentist. I'm a dental monitor. I just tell you when you have a bad cavity.
That's bad. Lunch?
Oh, yes.
Where are you going?
Why monitor a problem if you don't fix it? That's why free credit monitoring isn't enough to protect you from identity theft. At LifeLock, we not only alert you to identity threats, if you have a problem, we'll spend up to $1 million on lawyers and experts who'll work to fix it. LifeLock. Join starting at $9.99 a month.
My lenses have a sunset mode, and an early morning mode, and a partly sunny mode, and an outside to clear inside mode.
Transitions signature adaptive lenses are more responsive than ever. So why settle for a lens with just one mode? Experience life well lit. Upgrade your lenses to Transitions Signature. Now get up to a $90 rebate by mail when you purchase glasses and sunglasses featuring select brands. Ask your eye care professional or visit transitions.com for details.
Our National Suit Drive is on now, and we need your help filling these hangars. This July, bring your gently used professional attire to any Men's Warehouse, and we will donate it to men re-entering the workforce. As a thank you, you'll receive 50% off your next purchase. Give a suit, change a life.
Welcome back, everyone. We're back with Cal Perry, Steve Clemons, and Kevin Barron. Before we broke to commercial break, Cal, we were talking about what this means here in the United States in terms of what the U.S. can be doing, some of the politicians suggesting things domestically. But I want to talk to you about overseas. You're somebody who has lived in the region for years. You know it better than anyone. Endless wars in Iraq and Syria, support for authoritarian regimes, not a lot of change in the status quo, and even with some of the developments of the Arab Spring, not a lot of positive change from a lot of these societies. Explain or tell us in terms of how what is happening in that part of the world is feeding into these attacks back in Europe and here in the United States.
I think it's hard for Americans to imagine what's going on in Syria every day, what's going on in places like Libya every day, in Iraq where we saw 300 people killed in a massive car bombing. And language like that is dangerous on a variety of levels. One, it's unconstitutional. There's the obvious problem there. But this is what ISIS said was going to happen in their rhetoric, in their magazines. They have said that America will get to a point where it will start becoming a divided society, where it will start deporting Muslims who live in this country, that they will be ostracized from the society. This is a recruiting tool for them. This is how they recruit these lone wolves. Right? Find some kind of better meaning in your life. Join the caliphate. We saw that in Orlando. We saw the gunman take 2 hours, call 911, and pledge allegiance to an organization that I would argue he knew almost nothing about. He pledged allegiance to Hezbollah and to ISIS. Well, Hezbollah is fighting against ISIS in Syria. So you have a system here where there is vast inequality seen by the Middle East around the world, and this kind of discussion, this kind of language, obviously this is in the frame of a political election. This is a man who's trying to become the vice presidential nominee for Donald Trump. It's incredibly dangerous because it feeds into the hands of ISIS, which is trying to recruit people around the world.
Steve, you brought up a really interesting point about that there's a war within Islam itself, and it's something that I follow as closely as anybody in terms of the religious scholars that are out there that are trying to push different interpretations, trying to bring people out of that fold. What do you think it's going to take within these societies that Cal was talking about within the region to give those voices the upper hand in combating this definitively for once and for all?
I don't know. I don't know is the best answer I can give. I mean, right now, very few of those religious leaders who can influence the process in a very constructive way, and there are some, but the ones that matter, the ones that are animated by government forces on both sides of the Shia-Sunni divide, don't have the incentive to really solve this riddle. Right now, because of what Cal just described in Syria, the horror, the trauma, the starvation, the displacement, the nightmares of people's lives are one element of this. Another element of it is that many Sunni Muslims feel like no one is fighting for them. And while they wouldn't want ISIS in their backyard, there are money and there are money, resources, and young men going to fight for ISIS because they see that as the only capable force that is fighting for their interests. That has to be detoxified, and that plug needs to be pulled. And that's not going to happen just by taking forces in to fight the different players in this. You've got to basically bring the drivers of this together and get a rapprochement between them.
Kevin, can you possibly solve this radicalization issue, this counterterrorism issue, without addressing the ongoing war in Syria and in Iraq definitively?
Well, you have to do both. I think as Steve was getting at, as there's the military war on one hand, which is going fairly well. It looks like it's nearing a pretty big, final chapters here with pushing ISIS out of Iraq and leaving, Syria and those steps to come. And everyone agrees Syria has to be solved. Assad has to go. There has to be a new government installed. There has to be some way out of this war into a very long, reconciliation and rebuilding of that country. That's one side. The other part of it, as Steve was talking as well, is the motivations for anyone to become a terrorist, to join one of these organizations. So that's the unemployment, that's education, that's every factor you can think of that leads someone to be so disenfranchised that this is the better option for them. That's the thing I'm not hearing, anywhere near enough from United States leaders or NATO leaders who pledged to do this 2 years ago.
Yeah, certainly a lot of questions, very few answers, and I'm afraid to say that it may happen again. Cal Perry, Steve Clements, Kevin Barron, thank you very much. MSNBC's coverage of the terror attacks in Nice continues after this.
Being British, it's not in our nature to boast. Fortunately, we don't have to. Introducing the critically acclaimed Jaguar XE. Experience the XE for yourself at your Jaguar retailer.
The ergonomic office chair, the worst innovation in business because comfort kills careers. That's why Keller replaced the quiet classroom with experiential learning, where we challenge you to take risks, test each other, and leave transformed. This is Keller Graduate School of Management. We learn loud.
Constipated? Trust #1 doctor-recommended Dulcolax. Use Dulcolax tablets for gentle overnight relief, suppositories for relief in minutes, and stool softeners for comfortable relief of hard stools. Dulcolax, designed for dependable relief.
Want to see how cool I am? Meet my new friends. Happy face, fist, rainbow. Send.
You can't choose how cool your dad is.
Check out the selfie I took of you.
Dad, that's not a selfie.
Yeah, it is. I took it myself.
But at least you can choose two of your favorites from McDonald's McPick 2 menu.
Like the new jalapeno McChicken, medium fries, 6-piece chicken McNuggets made with all white meat, or a classic double cheeseburger. Choose any two for just $3. Only at McDonald's.
Imagine having your dream bathroom in as little as 1 day. That's what Tiger Bath Solutions can do for you. From tub-to-shower conversions and barrier-free showers to spa-like walk-in tubs. Now during our Dream Bathroom sale, get a new bath or shower installed for only $89 with 12 months same as cash. Plus a bonus $200 Bed Bath & Beyond gift card with your bath or shower purchase. And call now to receive a free $50 Restaurant.com gift card with your in-home estimate. Call Tiger Bath Solutions.
Booking.com's range of properties. Rebel and Key can wing it all the way to Jordan and Chelsea's wedding.
Road trip!
There she is. Oh. What? So here is our road trip itinerary. A bunch of different places.
Nah, bro, we gotta go off script. Rip to shreds every motel cabin and teepee between here and the wedding. Now get out of my seat.
All right.
Road trip!
Your car got rear-ended and you needed a tow. Did your 22-page insurance policy say, great news, you're covered? No, it said blah, 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 blah.
The Liberty Mutual app with Coverage Compass makes it easy to know what you're covered for and what you're not. Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Vistaprint always has great prices, but a sale this big only happens twice, as in 2 times, as in now, and once more, but that's many, many months from now. The Vistaprint semi-annual sale. Really big discounts, up to 50% off, as in half price, as in huge savings across the site, on stuff that gets you more customers, as in banners, as in postcards, as in t-shirts. Oh, and of course, business cards. Hurry to Vistaprint.com and enter promo code SAVEBIG, as in save big on all the items I just mentioned, which I won't repeat because it's all on Vistaprint.com, which you should go to right now. The Vistaprint semi-annual sale ends July 19th.
The Rachel Maddow Show, weeknights at 9 on MSNBC, the place for politics.
This may end up being the largest loss of life, the largest ever attack by a single terrorist. That really is dependent upon what we learn about this individual, his ties or lack of them, and who influenced them. Also, what we learn about what was in the back of that truck. Weapons experts who know French laws and customs are saying that things like grenades, long weapons, which are so difficult to get in French society, may indicate a connection to some larger gang. Without delay, as our death toll has hovered around 80 in the latter portions of this evening, let's go to NBC News correspondent Janet Shamlian. She was already on the ground not far from Nice and has made her way into the city limits. And Janet, what can you report?
Brian, I'm on the Promenade d'Anglais, really right where this happened, which is, if you're familiar with this area or if you're not, it is the Hotel Negresco, which is what people would call the marquee hotel of this area. It's a place where meets up with the beach and where a lot of Americans come. And this is really where the truck was stopped and the gunman was killed. And I will tell you that the Promenade d'Anglais, which is always open except for events like the fireworks of last night, has now been blocked off for at least a mile, maybe even longer, with such a heavy police presence. Not even allowed to walk out there, take photos, be on the telephone. They're still processing the scene, but well beyond the scene. There are police cars and ambulances and helicopters actually have landed on the Promenade d'Anglais. I see what looks like military boats about a mile offshore in the waters here, and it's, very early in the morning right now, but there is still a heavy presence here. And out on the street, when I was out there and could get a look, it was obvious that they had not yet processed it, meaning that people's luggage and purses and, bicycles and things left right where they were at. Others have noted, and it would seem likely, that this truck was trying to go further down into what's called the Place Messina, which is, I would say, the central point here in Nice, gathering area. But at the Negresco, where the truck ended up, Brian, this is a hotel that caters to a lot of Americans, and any loss of life is awful, but there's likely a good chance that there will be Americans among the casualties because of where this happened.
There was an earlier report from the U.S. consulate, U.S. embassy there, saying that they knew of no Americans. Sadly, there's a big difference between that and the kind of accounting that has to happen after a long night turns into morning. I know Americans have been urged to check in with people, to let loved ones know they're safe and they're okay after this. Janet, that scene you describe of this total shutdown, I imagine, especially if these reports are true, that this truck went on for over a kilometer, you have an enormous crime scene. You have evidence, personal effects, the shells from the rounds police fired, even things like tire tracks, skid marks from the truck, barriers where it may have crashed through. That's an awful lot, and some of that probably had better wait for the light of day.
Yes, there's a long process ahead here. And Brian, I wanted to tell you that I've actually seen a video that we're currently obtaining from a gentleman. He shot it with his iPhone. He's Italian. He was here with some friends, and he was right in the path of the truck as it came barreling through. Police, he moved out of the way, but he turned on his phone, and he played the video for me, and it's heart-stopping. You see the police. You see the gunman slumped over in the truck that he was driving eventually, but you see the gunfire, and at the end of it, a man, the gunman was wearing a helmet. I could see that inside the truck. What's been described as a heavily armored truck with bomb-making materials inside. But that shootout that played out right here in front of the Negresco Hotel was just beyond belief. And I think we'll have that video shortly. But to see it play out like that, and people falling, and the aftermath as well, was just soul-crushing.
Oh, and something tells me, Janet, that hearing these little bits and pieces of clues, like an armored cabin, a helmet on the driver, and what was on board the truck, something tells me, as horrific as this is, it was intended to yield an even larger loss of life.
And in the aftermath, this gentleman's video, you saw just, people scattered on the ground, and others going one by one, just lifting their arm to see if maybe there was a chance that they were only injured. And it was just, there were bodies everywhere.
Wow. Families like those across America who went outside wherever they live to view the municipal 4th of July fireworks. This is no different. 14 Juillet, 14th of July, Bastille Day across France, a national holiday. We heard President Hollande talk about its significance, talked about how restrictions on civil liberties, the kind of state of emergency that he was about to lift, that he said in an interview today he was about to lift, will now be extended. Janet Shamlian, who is starting her reporting, was about to fly back from the States and has been rerouted, has made her way to the scene of the explosion. Another witness is standing by to talk to us. Terry Clark was sitting on the grass in the middle of the promenade. Terry Clark, I'm told, has lived in Nice for 20 years. Terry, take over the story with when you first knew something was wrong.
Well, I was sitting just outside the Negresco in the middle of the Promenade des Anglais. There is a green patch to separate the two lanes, traffic lanes, and there was no traffic today because it was totally pedestrian zone. And so I was just sitting watching the fireworks. The fireworks ended, and then lots of people were coming up from the beach, just crossing the promenade to get to their cars or to get home. And then just out of the blue, this big white truck just came speeding down on the side that I was sitting on, and went up onto the pavement and just kept zigzagging down. And I mean, I was just following with my eyes the truck, and then when I looked back, I saw all these bodies just on the ground just in front of me. And then everyone was screaming, and everyone was just like, get out of here, because they were afraid that there was bombs in the truck. So we all just started to go towards the centre, back from the promenade, going towards the train station in that area. And it was just a sea of people, and it was just mayhem, and all the small children screaming and terrified, and it was just, it was unreal. I mean, I have never experienced anything like that. It was really like being in a war. It was horrible, absolutely horrible.
Terry, I said
difficult to really take in, because you're sitting there having a nice time watching the fireworks and all these little children and families, and then this, I mean, it was just Unbelievable.
Terry, I said explosion, and what I meant the explosion of violence, and I keep saying, thank goodness there was nothing more than already happened there on that promenade. The terrific loss of life, the brave police action that it took once they realized this was no accident to take the life of the terrorist, the driver. And Terry, to your last point, do you think there is I often wonder this because we talk to a lot of nice people like you who care enough to tell the story to us. Do you think there's a state of shock that allows you to function, and then maybe a half a day or a day from now you'll realize just what it is you've been through when you see it on the front page of the newspaper?
Yeah, I think obviously. When I looked back across the road, it was like 1-2 meters from me, the bodies. And, you wanted to go to see if you could help, but at the same time, everyone's shouting, run, 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 bombs, terrorists, and so... And, you feel, you don't know what you're doing. You don't know what you're doing. You just want to get away, but at the same time, you wanted to go and help the people, but you were scared. You were scared to cross the road and see if they needed help. But there were absolutely no movement. They didn't even look like real people. It looked like dummies lying there. There was no movement. They were definitely dead, the people that I saw.
Terry, I know you've lived in Nice for 20 years, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say from your accent you didn't start life there.
No, Scotland.
Okay. Well, thank you, Terry Clark, very much for gathering yourself together and gathering together the facts and your observations after a terrible, terrible night in Nice. And we're certainly happy you are okay, you and yours. Eamon Moydeen, thank you. Eamon Moydeen is back with us here in the studio, having just gotten off the phone and listen to a harrowing story of a witness that we are actually going to record on video for tomorrow morning's editions of the Today Show. But you talked to the man who recorded it. Repeat to us what he said.
Yeah, a short while ago, we managed to get a hold of someone who's there and who has some video content that he filmed himself from where he was at the time of this incident. And the account that he described for us was absolutely frightening. He picked up this incident at a point in which the white truck had already begun driving through the crowds, had already, plowed its way through the very outer perimeter. And at that point, he noticed that the truck came to a stop. Police surrounded the vehicle. He, at that point, noticed that the driver inside the vehicle was attempting to use some kind of device or trying to make a phone call or do something with what he described as a phone. And that seemed, from his eyes, was an intention to either detonate the vehicle or detonate some explosive on him. That didn't work, according to this eyewitness that we spoke to, and at which point he then began to shoot at the police, and the police shot back at him. So this was an account that we were given by the driver inside, who said at one point that at the time the vehicle had already driven through this crowd, the initial plow through, if you will, when it came to a stop and surrounded by the police, he then at one point again accelerated with the truck a couple more meters and continued that rampage. And it was at that point that the police engaged in the shootout with him. He said that the driver did shoot towards the police and the police shot back towards the front of the truck. So that was an account that was given to us by a tourist who was there, and as you mentioned, an individual that we plan on interviewing and recording for our shows tomorrow morning.
You've been in war zones and around guns and explosives, and a lot of people are going to go to the thought that I can't believe nothing detonated in the gunfire.
Yeah.
Had there been explosives in and around this person?
You know, the immediate instinct that comes to mind was that it was perhaps in the back of the truck. Mm-hmm. Right. And so they were perhaps putting all of their bullets or their aim towards the front cabin, and he was trying to detonate something in the back, and that's why perhaps it did not cause a secondary effect as a result of those bullets. But when you're looking at the profile of some of the things that we've seen in Paris and Brussels and recently in Istanbul, we know that profiles of these attackers have involved two stages. One, they are either carrying the explosive device on them, or they have it in the bag, as we saw in Brussels. They didn't actually have it on their bodies, but they had it in those duffel bags that they wheeled in casually right into that departure hall at Brussels airport. And so if you look at what is emerging now from some of these accounts, we have the French officials confirming that there were explosives and guns in the vehicle. We have this account now from this eyewitness who filmed what he described as an exchange of gunfire, as well as the driver attempting to do something in terms of what he described as a detonation. And you put those together and you can see that this could be consistent with the types of attacks that we've seen in the past. But you're absolutely right. It could have been a lot worse had this individual, in fact, managed to detonate what officials are saying were explosives on that vehicle.
And how about Janet Shamlian's chilling account from a witness that this driver was wearing a helmet?
Yeah, and that reinforces again that here was an individual prepared to carry out an attack, knew that he was going to come up against some resistance, and wanted to make sure that he was at least prepared to get through whatever initial perimeter, initial security perimeter that may have been put up on this road. And the helmet would have said that, would suggest that if he were going to get into a gunfight, he would have that one additional layer to protect him to prolong this terrorist attack for as long as he possibly could.
Eamon, the same security expert who I heard tonight theorized that this was the largest loss of life from an individual terrorist ever. And it'll be interesting to see if that bears out. Also called this truck an improvised weapon, the ultimate improvised weapon. And it sounds perverse and too grandiose as we look at this hulk of this vehicle, but it's kind of a rolling 6,000-pound weapon of death and destruction.
I spent some time in Iraq, and we have seen trucks of this magnitude and cement trucks used to absolutely blow up hotels and buildings in Baghdad. In war zones, we have seen vehicle-borne improvised explosive devices. That's what the American military lingo for it is, VBIED, vehicle-borne improvised explosive device. And we've seen in recent years the ramming or the use of smaller vehicles as a weapon. And obviously in this country it's not lost on us the fact that planes were hijacked and used as weapons. The tactics have constantly been evolving, constantly been changing by terrorist groups. If you add the dynamic aspect of this particular attack, which is it's a vehicle with an assailant or an attacker in the front seat, possibly explosives in the back, this would have been something you can't even begin to describe if an individual had been capable of detonating a explosive device in a vehicle in a crowd like this. It is something that French officials had warned about as recently as within the past 30 days. You had French officials testifying in front of their French parliament that they anticipated militant groups would continue to change their tactics and to include vehicle-borne explosive devices. They were concerned about that very specific threat, Brian.
And given experienced eyes, we played the video tonight on live television for Jim Kavanaugh, our expert from alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. There he is right now. And Jim, you took one look at the video and said, the lights aren't on the truck.
Well, yeah, he's trying to do, what Eamon said. He's using the truck as a weapon, and he may have also had some sort of bomb in the back. Your discussion there with Eamon and the reporting just before that he was trying to dial a cell phone. Trying to dial a cell phone could be, it's very common in the Middle East and around the world for terrorists to use a cell phone as a trigger. So they plant, a receiver, a cell phone inside the bomb, they rig it up to an electric detonator, and when they dial the phone, it detonates the device. Now, the device could be in the back of his truck, as we're surmising, and that's a very good guess. We should be suspicious of that. The bomb squad has to take it out. But it also could be at another location. Also, he could be calling, trying to call someone and claim credit, 911, if you will. So we don't exactly know the answer to those things. But yes, I agree. I think he had the lights out. He slowed down. The motorcycle cop was next to him. I mean, it's like a whale, and there's a couple of dolphins swimming around. They're not stopping the whale. It's too big, and it's going, and he had this open area to just wind through the pedestrians. The way to stop that truck is to never let the truck get in there in the first place. You have to have the balustrades like you see all around Washington, in front of the federal buildings, the government buildings, that a truck can't go through. You know, there's steel, they're sunk into concrete, there's special ramps. The trucks can't get through. Now, this event is temporary, but there's still ways, and the French military knows how to do it, the French police know how to do it, we know how to do it, to make certain barricades and obstacles so you can't get through. It's too late once it's through. If it takes you a mile and a half to stop it, that's why you have so much carnage. So you got to rethink these things when you're having a giant national event. When you're in the middle of a war with a terrorist group, on the same day you're announcing you're deploying your aircraft carrier to go after them. So there's a lot of reasons to want to secure that area against a vehicle this large. They've got to rethink that security posture. But I would say nobody should mess with the French military. They've been fighting wars for a couple of thousand years, and you know, when they get into it deep, there's going to be a lot of military tactics and strategy going on as well, and it looks like they're really going to get in a little deeper.
Jim Kavanaugh, we always appreciate your advice and counsel. Thank you for being part of our coverage for this hour. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to check in with correspondent Cal Perry on what he is learning and seeing from social media, and former CIA Director Jim Woolsey has joined us in our New York studios. That and more when our live coverage continues.
Do you feel it? Summer is here, so now's the best time to get skin you feel great in. That's why Proactive has put together an offer like never before. Introducing our Summer Ready Combo. First, our customer favorite deep cleansing wash for clear skin from head to toe.
I really feel better about wearing tank tops and summer dresses. I kind of forget about that was ever even an issue.
Plus, our first ever Liquid SPF, a breakthrough that's oil-free and light as water.
The Liquid SPF is light, it's smooth, and it doesn't feel greasy or oily on my skin. It's really nice.
So get clear, sun-kissed skin for summer with this incredible offer, and hurry before it's gone. Order Proactive now for just $19.95 in the next 12 minutes, and the Summer Ready Combo is yours free. You'll also get free shipping. Order now, because just like summer, it's gonna disappear. 1-800-644-1701. Call now.
Oh my goodness!
Happy birthday.
Oh, you.
Oh. Well, they say 70 is the new 60. Were you really surprised? Oh, this was a wonderful surprise. You know, at our age, not all surprises can be this good. You're not kidding. Remember Peggy's surprise last month when Frank died? So sudden, all the funeral expenses. They were not prepared. Well, I'm not going to burden my family with my final expenses. Huh? I called about the Colonial Penn program this morning.
I'm Alex Trebek. If you're age 50 to 85, call about the Colonial Penn program now. Your acceptance is guaranteed. You'll get free information about this whole life insurance plan that might surprise you in a good way because it's easy to get and easy on your budget. Coverage options for this plan start at $9.95 a month for women and men age 50 to 85. That's about 35 cents a day. And your acceptance is guaranteed. You can't be turned down for any medical reason. No health questions, no medical exam. And here's the best surprise of all. Once you're covered, your rate will never increase. It's locked in for life, guaranteed.
So, what are you waiting for? You're right. I'm not getting any younger. I'm calling about the Colonial Penn program today, after this last piece of cake.
Call now for your free information and free gift.
Call 1-800-229-1639 for your free information and free gift, or visit us at colonialpenn.com. That's 1-800-229-1639. 1-800-229-1639. Call or click now.
Andrea Mitchell reports. Weekdays at noon on MSNBC, the place for politics.
Historic moments in time sweep through our lives. For 20 years, MSNBC has been there. Look back at these defining moments. 20 stories that shook the world in 20 years. Tomorrow at 10, only on MSNBC.
MSNBC's 20th anniversary is presented by Listerine Total Care 1 Bottle 6 Benefits.
We are back. Very difficult to use exact numbers as they're still in the hours after this attack. They're awaiting the first light of day. Many of the bodies have been covered with simple white blankets, but because it is a crime scene, they're waiting for some specialists to arrive. An absolute horror of a scene along the promenade, along the Mediterranean seashore in Nice, where the death toll is hovering around the number 80. Journalist Laura Heim from Canal Plus in France covers the White House here domestically as a member of French media, has been so helpful to us, sadly, because of terrorist attacks in France. And Laura, knowing I have former CIA Director Woolsey out here to talk after you, any security issues you raise, perhaps we can toss to him.
Yes, absolutely. The problem for the French people now is the following one. What's going to happen next? In the past 2 years, you had multiple attacks, and there's a theory among the intelligence people. They are now saying that the French democracy is like a bull, an animal, and that ISIL is trying to do multiple wounds to this animal to make it bleeding until the animal is dying. So there were, again, multiple attacks in the past year. People are extremely resilient, but this attack tonight in Nice is maybe something else. It's extremely violent. It's extremely shocking. It was a night of celebration with families coming to La Promenade des Anglais to watch the fireworks. People had a sense of, okay, it's the beginning of the summer. It was a very difficult year, and now we're going to enjoy the beginning of the summer because, as you know, in France, summer is so important. And it was this attack. The French press is now saying that it was the Bastille Day horror. It was a massacre. Probably the toll is going to be extremely high. People are confirming us that you might have between 90 and 100 dead, and also a lot of kids have been injured. And I spoke with some people earlier in the evening, and they described how they were hiding when the truck arrived. They went to the water with their kids to protect the kids. Some of them went to a beach where they saw mattresses, and they went under the mattress. Others went to a restaurant. There was a massive panic movement. So it was absolutely traumatic for the people of Nice. Today, Nice is under siege, and people are going to wake up. They're going to see the French president who is coming, but they're going also to want some explanations on what's happening next in this country, in the fight against terrorism, and with this terrorist threat, which is now constant.
And Laura, you've spent enough years in this country to answer this question. It is, while the historical underpinnings vary greatly, the 14 Juillet, the Bastille Day in France, is so much, and the way families celebrate it is so much like our 4th of July. In fact, I was reminded tonight at least 30 American cities have their own Bastille Day celebrations because of French roots and history in their early populations, or simply tradition.
No, absolutely, but it was very well planned. I mean, and it's something that, in my opinion, we should emphasize about the date, the choice of the date. It was, again, something extremely well organized, a truck which arrived to inflict major casualties, and the date was extremely important because the 14th of July in France is the symbol of the celebration of democracy, liberty, fraternity, very important democratic values. So the date was not chosen because, we're going to do that today. It was chosen because it was the symbol of some democratic values important to the French society, and it was also chosen to inflict major casualties because almost all the city of Nice was there watching the fireworks. And again, it was like, as you pointed out, people in America watching the fireworks on July 4th.
Laura Heim, thank you, as always. All of this brings us to Ambassador Jim Woolsey, former CIA director, among other things, under President Bill Clinton. Ambassador, where to begin? Laura just said, compared it to multiple wounds against the French democracy as if it was a bull, as if it was an animal. Another friend of mine, worried about our world, texted me tonight, any chance we can crank the Manhattan Project back up again? People are angry and they're raw and wounded, and I want to hear you out on what we're facing.
And I think they're scared, and there's a disjunction between the threat we face and our response. They are at war with us. ISIS is a theocratic, totalitarian, genocidal empire, and it wants to be a bigger empire, a caliphate, and add areas such as the places it used to completely control, such as Spain and part of France. And it is just totally in favor of destroying us in every way that it can. And one thing that happens with these terrorist attacks is it increases their recruiting, because, as bin Laden once said, people see a strong horse and a weak horse and they like the strong horse better. So if 80 people get killed, it increases the recruits and so forth for ISIS. And we, on the other hand, are treating it sometimes sort of like a crime with all the procedural rights and so forth that accused criminals have. And sometimes we regard it as more serious than that, but the president won't call it a war. He won't say it's Muslim terrorists. There is just a disjunction between the seriousness and our response. I thought 9/11 would end up being the Pearl Harbor of this more or less Fourth World War.
Yeah.
But it hasn't really turned out much that way. And we have a lot of things that we should do if we admit that we're at war, and we can win it, but we can't win it by fiddling around.
We've already spent a lot of blood and treasure in pursuit of ancillary and related conflicts overseas. My question is the more troubling aspect of tonight. God forbid 1,000 times, what do you do about a young man with a bad idea driving through Times Square tonight who wants all the glory and honor conferred on this guy and wants to measure up?
We're going to have to stay alert to those sorts of possibilities. They exist across the board. I don't like the phrase lone wolf. I think a number of these people are motivated in part by relatives, by friends, by the social media. All sorts of things are operating, but they're not usually just completely acting alone. And we are in a situation where we're going to have to protect ourselves here, and we're going to have to take some very tough steps if we want to make sure we destroy ISIS. And we have to do that. There's not a halfway house.
When people ask you, why France right now, what's your answer?
I think there are several reasons. One is France has a special negative place in a way in the hearts of the extreme radical Muslims, because up to Tours in the 8th century, it was part up to that level of geography. It was a part of the Muslim Empire, and from their point of view, all of Spain, part of France, any place that was once part of the Caliphate is still part of the Caliphate. They just need to implement it. So there's that. There's the fact that France is a major spokesman for democracy in the world and rights of individuals, and that runs afoul of ISIS's thinking. France is a secular country, and so it does things like not let Muslim women wear veils, and that produces tensions. But generally, the thing about France is that they're being punished for being real backers of democracy and the rule of law. And ISIS sees that as what they hate more than anything else, democracy and the rule of law.
Do you think it's the next generation that's going to have it the worst of all of us? Do you think this just gets bigger and more challenging?
It doesn't have to. We have to win in the Mideast. We have to win in Syria and Iraq. And we can't just do a little bit of bombing here and there. When we, in the Clinton administration, when we went after Milosevic because of his trying to wipe out the Kosovars, we flew hundreds of sorties a day for months and months and months, and Milosevic died in prison, and there's a Bill Clinton Avenue in Pristina. Anyway, we did it right. We can't fiddle around the way sometimes we have. We've gotten a bit more effective, I think, in Iraq and Syria, but we haven't really taken the gloves off. And we have to win there, and we have to win at home, and they're related to one another, at least philosophically.
Where do you stand on what's been called the single bullet theory, that absent, if we could get Assad out of the picture, think of the lives and trouble and destruction that would cause, as much as we're not supposed to discuss such things?
Assad would be very high on my list of people if I were advising the president about the drone strikes. But I don't think that is close to being an overall solution. These structures are not so hierarchical that if you get one guy at the top, you've won. They just aren't like that. They are ideological. They are theocracies, and they believe Allah wants them to do this, and if they lose Assad, they lose Assad, and they'll go on with somebody else.
And a final question, because the hour is late. You've been kind to come in. The good people watching at home tonight who are horrified by these pictures, who can't help but think about these families, compare it to the lakefront in Chicago, the East River in New York, Los Angeles on 4th of July. What can they do? What can a person in this country do? How can they change their thinking or their actions?
I think if they know any Muslims in their community, this will be won and lost very heavily by what happens to the real moderate Muslims. People who are not really involved in politics, who are loyal to their religion but are mostly appalled by the violence. There really has to be a consolidation and set of purposes for them to stand up for democracy and the rule of law. There are places where that occurs, but we need them, and we need them to take more of a lead than they have so far.
Are you happy you're not running the CIA these days?
Oh, it would be fascinating these days, but it would certainly be an awful responsibility. I take my hat off to those who've taken over.
Ambassador Jim Woolsey, former director of the CIA, thank you very much for offering your thoughts to our coverage tonight. Quick break. We'll be back with some of our other correspondents and contributors.
Do you have trouble falling asleep? Do you toss and turn all night or wake up with a sore neck or headache? Then it's time you discovered MyPillow.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, inventor of MyPillow. Just like you, I had problems sleeping. I tried every pillow out there and nothing worked. 10 years ago, I invented MyPillow. It took me 2 years to develop because I wanted to have everything you would ever want in a pillow. I made sure that you could adjust my patented fill so you could have the exact support you need as an individual regardless of your sleep position. I also wanted a pillow that would last, so I made MyPillow machine washable and dryable. I back MyPillow with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Not only that, I do all my own manufacturing in my home state of Minnesota. Now I'm proud to announce that MyPillow is the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. To celebrate, I'm giving you a very special offer. Go to MyPillow.com or call now to order one of my pillows. When you do, I'll give you a second one absolutely free.
Other pillows go flat, causing you to fold them over or use your arm for support, which can cause pain. Hard foam pillows can raise your head too high, making you very uncomfortable. But the revolutionary MyPillow has patented fill that won't go flat and keeps your neck supported and aligned to your exact individual need. MyPillow helps you get and stay in deep sleep all night long.
MyPillow is the greatest pillow in the world because I wake up rested every single morning.
With MyPillow, I can just relax and slip into that deep sleep, and I stay there throughout the night. So I love MyPillow.
I personally guarantee that MyPillow will be the most comfortable pillow you'll ever own. And I want to thank each and every one of you for your support over the last 10 years.
Call or go online now to order MyPillow, and Mike will give you a second pillow absolutely free. Use the promo code on your screen to get 2 MyPillows for the price of 1. Order now.
For the best night's sleep in the whole wide world, visit MyPillow.com.
At the Joseph A. Bank Buy One Get One Free sale, all suits and sport coats are on sale. Plus, buy one, get one free. And buy one, get one free on almost everything else in the store. Plus, all dress shirts are 2 for $89. And take an extra 40% off all clearance. Only at Joseph A. Bank.
Tired of fumbling with the ladder when it's time to clean those old windows? Well, just stop and call WindowWorks. Our Energy Star windows tilt in for cleaning from inside your home, and they block summer heat. Hey, act now for great savings during our unlimited window sale. Listen, get unlimited windows installed for $89. Ask about 12 months, same as cash, and here's a bonus. A $200 Walmart gift card with your purchase of new windows, and a free $50 Restaurant.com gift card with your in-home estimate. Time's running out. Call now.
At the Joseph A. Bank Buy One Get One Free sale, all suits and sport coats are on sale. Plus, buy one, get one free. And buy one, get one free on almost everything else in the store. Plus, all dress shirts are 2 for $89. And take an extra 40% off all clearance. Only at Joseph A. Bank.
We are back. We're waiting for first light in Nice, France, where they have a very long, over a kilometer-long crime scene. What is normally this beautiful promenade along the Mediterranean, what is tonight a crime scene, and the scene where at least 80 souls lost their lives to a single, as far as we know, a single terrorist at the wheel of a large white lorry, a kind of smaller than what the 18-wheelers we are used to seeing on the interstate, but a large wheelbase truck nonetheless, containerized, and yet to be found out exactly how armored that cab was. Cal Perry is in the newsroom just behind us here in New York and sweeping various social media and the news wires for anything new. Cal?
You haven't seen, the video is so horrific in this case. The way that people were killed is so horrible that the video that we're showing our viewers now is about the extent that we can at this moment until we get new video. I can tell you that ambulance drivers, as they arrived at the scene, the beach had been declared a mass casualty zone. We're getting very upset because there were not many wounded. There are 18 people in critical condition. The health minister is at the hospital now, but it gives you an idea of just how brutal this attack was. I want to mention last month, and we've talked a lot about the people of France maybe starting to feel a little bit more at ease. The security officials have not felt any more at ease in France. Last month, there was a police officer beheaded in an apartment in Paris, so they've been on high alert in Paris. The Bastille Day celebrations in the embassy, the French embassy in Turkey, were called off today due to some security threat. So this is clearly something that French authorities maybe were not anticipating, but were certainly on the lookout for. Social media has snapped into gear, as you would imagine. There's an SOS page that has been put out reaching out to people who may be looking for loved ones who are missing. And the SOS page is constantly updating when someone is found. So a bit of good news there. And I'll leave you, Brian, with this image. This is Grand Central Station here in New York, lit up in the colors of the French flag.
Look at that, looking down Park Avenue right there in front of the MetLife building. And Cal, one of the subpoints of what you just said, you know, social media can be used for such good, and it's heart-stopping to look at the page of the missing. Very gratifying when they are marked found, alive, and well. The other thing is we try to exercise great discretion when choosing the video we put on the air. Obviously, people know that it's a wide open marketplace on social media. If you must see what's on there, there are gruesome scenes tonight that simply aren't fit for a family audience.
Tonight was especially, and is still especially difficult on two fronts. One, the images, a lot of children out with families, a lot of empty pushchairs in the street. The other thing that happened tonight was bad information. There was a lot of bad information flowing around. A hostage situation in a hotel in Nice. We called all the hotels in Nice. There was no hostage situation. A fire at the Eiffel Tower. There was no fire at the Eiffel Tower. It shows you a country certainly on the edge, but it also highlights the good and the bad of social media, that people can run with these rumors and sometimes panic is one of the worst things that can happen. But to your point, the images tonight have just been very, very difficult and at times uncensored. Certainly, if you want to go look, you can find them, but we're not going to engage in showing the brutal way that these people died tonight.
People who've been with our coverage for hours have seen a repetition of some now very, very familiar video, and that is the reason for that. This is all we have agreed to air just because the alternative is unacceptable. One note from this evening, Newt Gingrich, who in the political world came down to the final three in the Donald Trump vice presidential selection process, said this tonight: "We should frankly test every person here who is of a Muslim background, and if they believe in Sharia, they should be deported. Sharia is incompatible with Western civilization. Modern Muslims who have given up Sharia, glad to have them as citizens. Perfectly happy to have them next door. But we need to be fairly relentless about defining who our enemies are. Anyone who goes on a website favoring ISIS or Al-Qaeda or other terrorist groups, that should be a felony, and they should go to jail. Any organization which hosts such a website should be engaged in a felony. It should be closed down immediately." Kevin Barron is with us, executive editor, Defense One, and an MSNBC national security and military analyst. Kevin, how does that strike you to hear a statement like that?
I saw it when it came out a little while ago in the tweets. It is quite striking from someone, especially of Newt Gingrich's stature. It's basically a call for thought police in this country where you're allowed supposedly to have any idea you want. That's really out there, and with the news of the day and juxtaposed with this perhaps still ongoing battle to win that vice presidential slot, it's quite, I don't know, it's just quite striking.
Especially since in the course of our work, people like you and I go on websites that he described all the time. It's not to express support of a terrorist organization, but it's sometimes the only way you can learn anything about specificity and anything about the sophistication of their media operation.
Yeah, and it's it seems like a pretty fearful policy recommendation, I guess, if you want to call it that, to try to sift out every Muslim you can. I don't know how that could possibly be done if you want to actually get real about it as a government program, to try to sort through one by one some sort of loyalty test, which is what it sounds like. It's quite interesting. I will just say, I think compare that to some of the statements of, is this country doing enough, and what needs to be done, and even what Director Woolsey said earlier. I think the public should, your viewers should realize and remember just how much the U.S. has changed and has done since 9/11, and even since the last 2 years. There have been over 10,000 airstrikes against ISIS. There have been massive recruitments and expansions of law enforcement, of Homeland Security, of intelligence officials, and there's calls for more of that now. There is an enormous war effort going on from the homeland to the Middle East and around the world. That's all. That said, is not going to stop an individual, raised in France, born in France perhaps, to take a truck and drive through their Independence Day celebration and kill as many people as they can. That is a behavioral problem. It is a cultural problem. It is a global problem. But it's just so far removed from the dialogue that we're having in the United States about sealing off borders and loyalty tests and a lot of other ideas that really seem to be grasping at straws cause, and perhaps rightfully with a country and leaders like our own who are just so frustrated and wanting the killing, the attacks to stop any way possible.
And Kevin, the other, God forbid, 1,000 times question is, how do you stop that individual with a truck and a bad idea in Boston, Washington, New York, Los Angeles, Kansas City, and so on?
Well, that's right, and and we said earlier there's a range of ways, and there are a range of points of attack, or if you want to call it that, for law enforcement officials, ranging from intelligence of where they look online and who their associates are, all the way to protecting a venue, protecting an event, protecting someplace like the Promenade in Nice. I mentioned earlier, this is not the Champs-Élysées, this is not the gathering place, the National Mall for the fireworks show. This was one city's local area. So short of having every city around the world have massive barriered, walled off, metal detector, required entry points for every type of large scale event like this, instead, it's going to be up to the citizens to decide for themselves. Do you want to put yourself in possible danger? That's easier to think of if, should I go to Times Square New Year's Eve versus, am I okay to walk down to the beach for the evening on July 14th when I'm in Nice?
We also have not probably celebrated enough the slow motion victories that have happened in our country. Number one, we have a lot of former dismounted infantry who have cycled back into our society. Many of them are now in jobs where they keep the domestic public safe. Number two, our taxpayer money has bought a lot of technology, not all of it great, not all of it applied, but some of it very good at keeping people safe. And number three, the most basic interface with potential terrorism. Police officer on the beat in every major city knows you see a truck or a van parked, seems to be riding low on its suspension. That's kind of calling card number one. See something, say something. We're a whole lot better at that now at so many different levels.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we are a culture changed already. And what we are concerned with here in the United States is much different than what Europe is concerned with. The difference being we have the ocean still, and it is very hard for someone who wants to harm the United States still to get into our borders from abroad. It's incredibly difficult, and it's become much more difficult over the last 10, 15 years. In Europe, it's a little easier because of the landmass and because of the refugee crisis. The similarity is homegrown terrorism and inspired terrorism. And whether it's a form of an individual shooter who may or may not be a terrorist or may not be a hate crime perpetrator, or with a gun and gun violence, or someone like this evening with a truck, using the truck as the means. It gets down to the behavior of the individual, the culture around those individuals to identify them, to stop them, to prevent them from even wanting to be terrorists in the first place. That's really where domestic Homeland Security counterterrorism officials have started to shift with their thinking. They're really much more interesting, not just on see something, say something, but preventing it to begin with.
I guess I'm casting about for blessings on an awful dark night, and the old expression, rather be lucky than good. I think we've been a mixture of both lately, and we certainly hope that holds here and around the world for the sake of these folks. Kevin, thank you for sticking around with us. Another break in our coverage. We'll be right back.
Hiring in general kind of sucks. It's really tough. I was spending half my day reading resumes and interviewing people.
To hire great people fast, go to ZipRecruiter.com and post to over 100 of the web's leading job boards with one click. Then simply select the best candidates from one easy-to-review list.
Within a day, I get probably a dozen replies. I can spend less time hiring and more time with my customers.
Over 800,000 businesses have already used ZipRecruiter. Try it for free today at ZipRecruiter.com/offer6.
I have been a proactive customer for almost 10 years, and it still amazes me that people ask, does that stuff really work? Hi, I'm Julianne Huff. What's the first thing people say after trying Proactive? Wow, I really wish I tried it sooner. That's because Proactive is so easy and works so well. If you're struggling with breakouts, you just want it behind you. Over, done. And the sooner you try Proactive, the sooner it can be.
Proactive is the #1 acne brand. It works for men and women of all ages, skin types, and ethnicities.
I should have tried Proactive first, then I would have been happy a long time ago.
I wish I had tried Proactive sooner because it wasn't until Proactive that I really started seeing results. My skin is phenomenal now.
And now's the best time to get it, because when you order Proactive in the next 10 minutes, we'll upgrade you to our new Deluxe TV offer for free. You'll get our purifying mask for instant deep pore relief, plus our customer favorite blackhead dissolving gel. No more popping blackheads. This miracle gel helps dissolve them away.
I just wish that I could tell people not to wait, not to hesitate, because Proactive relieves such a major stress so you can focus on the things that you love doing.
Still not sure? Act fast and we'll throw in our ultra-rich green tea moisturizer as a free extra, plus free shipping. Call 1-800-481-3920.
So take a moment right now to decide one thing. Are you ready for clear skin?
Then hurry. Get the new Deluxe offer while there's still time. You get Proactive plus 3 premium gifts, all for just $19.95. And ask about how you can get it all overnight with new Proactive Next Day. That number again is 1-800-481-3920.
Clear skin starts with you. Call now.
Your business needs a lot of speed, but getting it doesn't have to break the bank. Introducing the Comcast Business Summer Savings Event. Now you can get a lot for a little as a cup of coffee and donut a day. Fast internet speed to drive performance, plus cutting-edge Wi-Fi for your employees and customers, and voice mobility so your calls find you wherever you are. Get some of our most advanced products at a great price with over $500 in savings. Call today and ask how to get these savings plus a $250 prepaid card. Comcast Business, built for business.
The delicate skin on your neck can show age. Or not.
Gold Bond Neck and Chest Cream helps improve texture and increase elasticity. 97% had visibly firmer skin. Gold Bond Neck and Chest for visibly firmer skin.
Life's too great to be stuck with stomach issues. Get back to living. Kaopectate Multi-Symptom Relief treats more than diarrhea. It quickly relieves 7 different types of stomach problems, so nothing can hold you back. Kaopectate. Get back to life.
We are back. These pictures are being taken live for us by correspondent Janet Shamlian of First Light Sunrise in Nice, France. And when we talk about the stark beauty of that Mediterranean coastline and contrast that to the violence in the dark of last night at the end of the fireworks show, that's what we're talking about. It's going to be a beautiful day in Nice, France, and it's going to be part of the darkest time in the modern era of that city. Errol Southers has been patient waiting to talk to us, a former FBI special agent, former head of Homeland Security out in the state of California, terrorism expert, and the director of the Homegrown Violent Extremism Studies Program at USC. Errol, you've been listening to our coverage tonight. First of all, what from your professional life is it that you want to say to folks who are sad, worried, concerned, and just flat out tired of stories like this and events like the one we're covering tonight?
Well, thank you, Brian. First of all, we have an adaptive adversary, and we have soft targets. And what you're seeing this evening is another opportunistic situation where an individual decided to use a vehicle as a weapon, multiplied that capacity with having a firearm and having explosives, and then driving it into innocent people. Probably a person that's going to be homegrown. France has the same problem that we have with regards to the attacks last January at Charlie Hebdo, the attacks on 13/11, the attacks in Brussels, the attacks that we had here in the United States were all homegrown individuals with, in our cases, no foreign fighter experience or direction, and it's very tragic that as we keep throwing out countermeasures, they keep adapting and trying to prove that they can be effective.
And Errol, we're always going to have trucks, and we're always going to have soft targets, i.e. people. There are crowds of them on a warm summer night walking on the sidewalks outside this building, Rockefeller Plaza in New York. So what do we do about the combination of those two when you add the explosive
The only thing we can do is reduce the risk of that happening with hard barriers and controls in the way of cascading serpentine
you.